On YouTube, it's counting down.
I think it's gonna probably take itself off because. We completely started over. There we go, yeah, she's got. Chris, Craig, can you wait on? Thank you. I think you know that I'm on that one.
Good looking wave too.
3 years of wave training right there.
There you go.
We're ready to go.
We're ready?
We're ready.
Okay. What's Debbie doing?
I'm just double checking here.
Oh, okay. Good evening, council. I want to call to order the July 11th, 2022 Harpers Ferry Town Council meeting to order. It's a regular council meeting. All members of the council are present along with the finance officer and the town clerk. It is 7:04 p.m. Sorry for the 3 or 4 minute technical delay. Christian, would you do the
Sure.
reading, please?
Until further notice, the Corporation of Harpers Ferry governing delivered bodies will hold meetings and our hearings virtually through Zoom, which provides for public participation during a public comment period when applicable and when posted on the agenda. Alternatively, the public may watch meetings by YouTube video or listen by telephone. These options comply with the Open Governmental Meetings Act.
Thank you, Christian.
Yep.
Are there any additions or suggested changes to the agenda? Because I have a few.
I had one, which is
Okay.
on the water department. To move, under 4D.
I'm sorry, speak up, Laura.
Under 4D. To move, parts 2, 3, 4, and 5 to the end. After water plant manager's report. So to move parts 2, 3, 4, and 5 after 9, under water department.
Okay, in addition to Laurel's, I am suggesting 4C Roman numeral 2. 4D David Roman numeral 7. 4D David Roman numeral 8. 7 A is in Adam, that those 4 items be moved to the end of the meeting for possible going into executive session. So let me repeat those. 4C Charlie, Roman numeral 2, 4D David, Roman numeral 7, 4D David, Roman numeral 8, and 7A Adam. Any other suggested changes?
That is the answer.
Okay. So motion to approve the agenda as amended.
So moved.
You have a second. Second from Christian. Discussion on a motion to approve. All those in favor? Thank you. Public comment on any agenda items? None? Okay. Let me just make a comment regarding Dear Jim. I had the honor of being present at his funeral last week. I can say, and I hope that maybe some family members are listening in, I can honestly say that Jim, and I think we will all agree, added a special dimension to this town council. He was kind-hearted. And I think most of all, we all agree that he had, and it came out last week at the service, that he had obviously an intense concern for others, never focusing on himself. I mean, that's just the way Jim was. I will miss Jim very much. He was a very interesting individual that I really got to know during the past 366 days that I had the honor of working with Jim. So if you join me, all of you, let's pay tribute to Jim for a moment of silence. Thank you. Does anyone else want to make a statement about Jim? Open the floor, Chris.
Well, I'd like to echo your sentiment, and I'd also like to thank you for your comments at the funeral. I appreciated them very much.
Thank you, Chris. Anyone else?
Yeah, just
Norm?
in addition to everything you said, which is absolutely so true, and getting to meet and work with Jim and his energy too, like he really brought a big spark to the council and enthusiasm that was infectious. You couldn't help but want to go along with them, and he would just, when Jim was behind you, you felt really good.
Yeah.
So he'll be missed. I'll miss him.
Very, very special man. Very special man. I just have two other items. July 4th picnic. Those of you that had just about everybody had the opportunity to attend. I just thought it was a great moment. It was, I think, very uplifting. I want to particularly thank you, Christian, you, Storm, Laurel, the work with the Women's Club and the gazebo, cutting all that stuff up. And Patty, I know Patty's not here, so I don't know if she was listening in. I think the success to that was the result of the four of you. You added a dimension in there. I mean, it was Storm's kind of idea, and he approached me with it, and I said, absolutely, let's do it. And it was kind of a spur of the moment thing. And the next thing you know, I mean, we absolutely pulled it off. And I've gotten quite a few comments from quite a few different people about the success of that. Can you imagine what we can do next year with a little bit more than 4 days planning? So
Yeah, I want to see what the dessert brigade comes up with.
right.
No, the dessert and flash mob, that's what you call it.
Yeah.
Flash mob.
And it was a lot of fun. And I think a lot of the residents that attended certainly enjoyed themselves. The only other thing I will mention is I want to give an update on the Jefferson County ARPA monies. This has been an interesting venture of mine, attempting to get some money from the county. So I haven't lost hope yet. Just if you've read the article in the paper, the county received approximately a little over $11 million from the federal government. They received that money about a year or so ago. They have already allocated, they have already earmarked 8 million of that money. It's already, the bank is closed on that 8 million. So that leaves approximately 3.132 million left for submissions from other municipalities, other offices, probably totaling somewhere in the neighborhood. I think I figured it up to be around $18 million. I am pleased to report that Harper's Ferry's submission was the largest submission. But I had a discussion with Debbie this morning or last week, whenever, and I just remain optimistic. I just cannot believe that the Jefferson County Commission will not at least seriously address our needs and forward us some assistance somehow. I am not that much of an individual from the standpoint thinking that I'm going to get $5.1 million. I know that's not going to happen. But I just hope that the county commission, and I hope maybe there's some commissioners listening this evening, realize the impact that Harper's Ferry has on the financial health of the entire Jefferson County. I just hope that that does not go unnoticed amongst the county commission. And I look forward to a positive review of our submission, and hopefully they can lend us some support. Approval of minutes. We have before you, I'm sorry.
I was gonna say something about the minutes. Page 2, 4C. Is Public Works the Water Project Administrator. I really don't think I said that. I think I probably said Public Works Administrator.
Okay.
That's it.
Where was that?
That was on page 2, section 4. This, I guess, for the business and finance section, first line. Because we're talking about a combination position, Waterworks.
Okay.
But yeah, just Public Works Administrator.
Okay, is that it?
I move to accept the minutes as amended.
I'll second that.
And any discussion on the motion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion to accept?
Aye.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go through these one at a time with Debbie. Review and approval of financial reports, May 2022. Debbie?
Well, good evening, Mayor and Town Council. The financial reports for this evening are for the end of May 2022, which is 91.7% of fiscal 22. The budgets are the unrevised ones. So what we revised last month is effective this month, so we won't see that till next month. So just keep that in mind as we have our discussion. In general fund, our budgeted income less our carry forward amount of $1,094,000 is $1,160,757. So our operating income of $1,013,422,000 as of the end of May represents 91% of budgeted for the year. Operating expenses are at approximately 75% of budgeted. For Waterworks, our actual income does not include the $97,000 on line 481 of soft cost reimbursement or the ARPA funding on line 421A, $62,228. So making adjustment for these unrealized income items, our revenue of $753,515 represents 76% of budgeted. Revenue line 461 customer billings is at 76.4, which is lower than target. When today I took a look at our accounts receivable for June with Charlie and compared that to what we revised the budgeted the water budget for, and that will bring our revenue to be about 88-89% for the close of the year. That's what we're. And again, this was rough half an hour looking at the numbers. So that's a little closer. And as we, this month, we'll be working towards revising the general fund. That must be done and turned into the auditor's office by the end of the month. So expect special town council meeting to do that at the end of the month. And then also look towards revising fiscal 23 for the water as well. And so we will look at, whether or not we need to make further adjustment to that revenue number.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah,
So you're saying that the water receipts, it is predicted at the end of the fiscal year to be 88% of expected. And is there, did you discover reasons for that?
well, today, Charlie and I spent half an hour looking at June's number. She was on vacation last week. And so we came to that number today. I have not
So
had the
you're- so
opportunity
we're
to,
we're
still
gonna be
trying
looking
to
into
figure it out.
Got
And
it, got it,
yeah,
okay.
and we had a lot of, we knew that June was gonna be a big month, and I think it was. But we just didn't know how much of a bump that was gonna give us. So yeah, I think we need to do a little more digging. And it's kind of hard too, because we're in this weird transition period, but on the other hand, this is consumption, not production. So, yeah, I think we need to do a little bit more. Thankfully, we've got the meters fixed, and so that should be helping us with pulling those numbers up. Yeah. So for the general fund, also, I just skipped over, but our operating expenses are at 75% of our budgeted expenses, so we're in good.
Any other questions for Debbie on the financial reports? Motion to approve.
So good.
So moved from Storm, second from Chris, a discussion on the motion to approve financial reports. Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion. Second, Debbie, is approval of invoice and purchase order, the purchasing threshold. How about threshold?
That's good even finding that.
Yeah. right.
Any questions on any of those items? As you see, the second tranche of ARPA money came in. So that just comes into our general fund. We're just moving it over to the designated ARPA bank account. So that's the purpose of that. Any other-
I do have questions about it, but now I'm trying to find it. I,
3B.
Laurel, just cover the whole stack.
oh, okay, yeah, that would be helpful, thank you. Okay. I did wonder about the Advantage Technology.
Mhm.
What kind of work were they doing?
They bill us monthly for the services they provide monthly. Something happened with their billing. And they sent us 3 months worth of billing all at once.
Mhm.
And so what happened is that just any way I did that, it just blew their check way up over the threshold. So I called them and explained that they were gonna have to wait until we got through this meeting. And you'll see in your stack right here, the next month, which is just one month worth, and so it's just normal. So these were all normal billing, but it was 3 months altogether.
3 past months
Mhm.
that we just hadn't.
Yeah, and then it was completely their doing, yeah.
And then the PSC of West Virginia, what is the,
That's, so every year we pay an assessment with the PSC that, I guess is part of the expense of the PSC services to us in the community, and it's based on population and revenue. I think I think on revenue, we have to report our revenues every year to them, and so this is our annual assessment for fiscal 23.
okay. So do they give a report for this? Do we get?
The
a report?
bill is in there.
The bill, but do we, they do a revenue assessment, do they actually do a report and give it to us?
I don't know. I've never seen such a report. We're responsible for providing to them our annual PSC report. Every year we have to provide it. I think it's due the end of September. And so we do that.
I just wonder what do we get for our 2021?
Well, I would imagine it would be the services of the Public Service Commission to us and in support of our community.
So it's sort of our community contribution to
Right.
them. Okay,
Right,
I got it.
right.
All right. Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
I move to approve the invoices and purchases over the purchasing threshold as presented.
Second,
I'll second
second from
that.
Christian, discussion on the motion to approve. Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion.
Don't lose my stack, Laurel.
I won't lose it.
All right.
Okay.
It's one of them.
The next item, 3C. I asked Debbie to put an information briefing together for all of us. Debbie and I have been very closely aligned with all of the things that we've got going on in the background to attain funding for our water distribution system. We have a lot of wheels in motion. There's a lot of different state organizations that have pieces of this pie. It gets confusing. I mean, we've got the WDA, we've got the Region 9, we've got Senator Capito, and Senator Manchin, I'm sorry, Senator, and a whole variety of other irons in the fire to acquire funding to support our distribution system. And it is confusing. And I've asked Debbie to put something together and kind of brief all of us what all this stuff means. Debbie?
Okay, so I'm gonna use this chart on the top that has the teal hexagon down in the corner. I'm gonna call out colors and shapes as best as possible, just try to make this brief and concise. So everybody ready?
Yep.
All right, so this describes the ARPA money, in particular, the distribution from the federal government. But I do believe that in general, it is a good outline for the disbursement of almost any federal funding down into our communities around us. Starting at the oval federal government up at the top on the left, coming to the left, you can see the direct ARPA money grant form that came down to the state, to the county, and to the municipality itself, Harpers Ferry. Following, so that was the ARPA money that we received in the first tranche, and the second tranche we just got. And if you follow the arrow all the way down to the bottom, you see we are using that ARPA money for the Elks Run main replacement. If you go back up to the orange circle, Jefferson County, the mayor just spoke about the request to help Harpers Ferry with funding from that ARPA money. So we've made an official request in to hopefully get a piece of that pie. The other, so I'm gonna now go back up to the top and going over to the right-hand side. Then we all also know as a society that the federal government had another tranche of ARPA money that they put out to be dedicated towards infrastructure. And those items, some of that money went into various agencies across the government. So the EPA, the USDA, the Bureau of Land Management, all of those agencies got money designated to them, and their task was to come up with programs that would allow qualified use of the ARPA funds under the laws that were created. And some of those are the EPA, the USDA, and the FCC for a broadband, of course, but the two that are more akin to us in this our application would be the EPA or the USDA. So we learned about congressionally directed spending through our Congress, and we as Harpers Ferry made an application to Senator Capito / Senator Manchin to utilize EPA directed monies for the distribution system, which I have provided the acronym, which probably will from here forth be called the DSIP. The distribution system improvement project for Harpers Ferry. So that was our $9.5 million ask, which requires a 20% match. Okay, going back up to the top. The yellow bubble, the state bubble, is another place where that infrastructure grant money came into. And what happens on the state level is that the state distributes that money to various agencies across the state, which also, again, come up with qualifying programs to which an entity can apply. And in this case, the Water Development Authority is an agency to which we will be applying for the 20% match of the grant that we're asking for from Congress. This is an unusual and unique situation, and that this money, I don't think it's ever been done before, has been allowed, has been opened up to be grant money for matching federal grant dollars. That's almost never allowed, but it is allowed under this circumstance. Okay, so now, page 2. The question then becomes, how are we actually doing this? What are the mechanics behind it? So starting with the yellow rectangle in the middle, Region 9. This is the Regional Planning and Development Council in the Eastern Panhandle. There are several of these councils throughout the state. They break it up into a couple of counties and they say, okay, region, whoever, Regional Planning Development Council, go out into this community, learn what their needs are, learn what finances they have, et cetera. And then you help them look for federal, state, and other kinds of funding that can help them accomplish what it is that they need. And not only look for it, but be a liaison between those organizations and also assist with application and the actual funding process. So even when we will approve our resolution here in a little bit for the water treatment plant, Region 9 has their hand in that. They actually make that resolution document and they are, so it's not only from the inception of the idea, but all the way through completion and administration of the money that they assist us. And they've been very influential in helping us pull these applications together. They were completely aware of our, and helped us with the application to Congress that we made. They also are helping us with our application to WDA. And back in the spring, they helped us with an application that we made going back up to the right-hand corner to the West Virginia Drinking Revolving Fund for the entire distribution system project. And this was before we knew that infrastructure federal funding was going to be available. Okay, so Region 9 is completely aware of our distribution system improvement project that we have going on, and they have now made an application to what we call the IJDC, which is our green oval in the middle. This is the West Virginia Infrastructure and Jobs Development Council. They are a ruling body. They do not have money to administer. They look at projects and applications and they determine whether they are good for the community, whether it's a, is this a viable solution to the problem? Does the bid does their offering make sense? And then they say, so those pieces are that part of the puzzle is formulated through the preliminary engineering report. So when Region 9 says to IJDC, Harpers Ferry has a project that they're interested in doing, IJDC shoots an email off to the engineer in charge of the project and says, send us back the preliminary engineering report, which we refer to as the PER. And then they study the mechanics of the process and this project, and this also includes money that's in there, like the costs and the return on what's going to happen once it's built. All that's put in there. The other thing, part of the pie, is can this agency utility afford what it is that they're applying for? And so at the same time as they send off a request for the PER, they send over to our accountant a request for what we call a Rule 42 evaluation. And this evaluation determines whether or not we, with the revenues that we are currently generating, would be able to sustain payment if it were required for this to be a loan to make to fund what it is that we're going to do. Or does this agency or utility, excuse me, need to increase their rates because they can't afford it? And then if they did need to increase their rates, by how much, what would make sense, et cetera, et cetera. So they are the ones who are gathering all that data and looking at it and examining it to be a viable project. After that data is gathered, they also work with the PSC, your kind of orange oval on the right-hand side. The PSC is also going to do their examination of the project itself. If there's any entanglements from the community, they'll allow for public comment and all that kind of stuff. And so once that's all vetted through the PSC, then that gives an approval back to the IJDC. Okay, so now let's assume that we have a project that's ready to go. And the IJDC then says, okay, where is the best place for this utility to get the money from? And they have a lot of agencies at their disposal, and they will look at the programs that are available in those agencies, and they'll say, okay, it looks like the EPA that they have applied for under is really viable for that 80%. And we're hoping that they're also going to say, and we like the WDA for the matching 20. And if they don't, we're hoping they'll say,
Mm.
we'll go with the drinking water revolving fund if we can't get that, and we do believe we're really, really close, if we could afford that with our prices. So. This is sort of the mechanics of how it works and the steps that we've done. We have to wait for the PER and the Rule 42 before we can actually make our application to WDA, but everything is moving. All of these agencies are aware that we have this in the works. The nice thing about this project in particular is that we've already been through the whole Public Service Commission rigmarole and process of hearings and all that kind of stuff. So particularly if the rate increase is not required, my understanding is that will not need to be redone, that it's already been blessed. And so that will shorten up our process. Okay, yeah.
So
Chris.
in my understanding, they don't really have their own pot of money. They're telling us where to go.
Yeah.
And mainly federal agencies, not
Well, it's federal and state.
federal.
And it's a kind of an unusual relationship. The WDA actually is the body that oversees the IJDC. And some other agencies. I think they also oversee the Drinking Water Revolving Fund. But the WDA also has its own pot of money, which we learned is primarily funded through the West Virginia Lottery.
Huh.
So that's not even federal money.
Mhm.
And it's, and so, they can, but also they are completely aware and able to look at federal funding sources. And this would have been how we got our USDA loan,
Mhm.
for the water treatment plant.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
if funding comes through the WDA, we could say we won the lottery.
You could,
Mhm.
but it's actually the ARPA lottery.
And to summarize the whole thing, there are these buckets of money, most of which flow down through the federal government, the different agencies,
Right.
and we have Region 9 and the IJDC, who are the traffic controllers to determine how that money can actually
Right.
flow in for qualified projects.
Yeah.
of ours.
That's really pretty much what this is the roadmap.
Awesome.
Yeah.
And I want to make
Laura.
a comment that, because since the term rate increases crept into the conversation, of course, it is our great hope and desire to not have a. rate
Yes,
increase.
and that's our
Yes.
goal. We're complete, and it's completely our goal, and we have many strategic options to help prevent that, yeah.
Um, I think one of the things that we have going for us is that our infrastructure project is basically shovel ready.
Yes,
And so we are so far ahead of other agencies that may be submitting similar projects that would have to go through their design and all that. Ours is ready to go. And that's one of the selling points that I tried to do with the county commission with our ARPA there. And then also when I traveled to Charleston several months ago and had the pleasure and really the honor to meet with the executive director of the WDA and sat in her office for a very long time talking about Harper's Ferry. And basically let her know that, we do have a project that is ready to go. And I hopefully that we can get some mileage out of that in our favor. So I want to thank Debbie for putting this conceptual paper together. It's a remarkable piece that she just sat down and pensively came up with all of
Very-
this stuff.
Yeah.
Very nice.
So Debbie, you did a wonderful job with this. And if I can understand it, it made sense. So thank you so much. I know it took her a little bit of time when I approached her, a week or so ago to do that. So Debbie, good job and thank you.
Well, the charts are great, but I'm assuming that also reflects a tremendous amount of work that's going into all of these contacts and applications and.
well, and we've learned through osmosis, and so what I told you may not be gospel, but I think we have a pretty good grasp on it now of how the pieces all work together, and we've been learning together, so.
But just understanding it's not linear, like
Right.
there are different branches and,
Yeah.
but we have people on our side. to
Right.
help.
Right,
And it is in motion. It's constantly, Debbie and I are constantly communicating and she's making contact with Region 9 and I'm calling Charleston, et cetera. I have a meeting this week with a significant aid to one of our senators. And this will be on my agenda to discuss with this individual where we are in the process. Just to let our two senators know that, we've got a project, we're serious about it, and we think it makes sense, and it's for the betterment of Jefferson County and Harpers Ferry. So again, thanks, Debbie, appreciate that. Police, I don't know if the chief. Oh, really? Okay.
Yes, sir, Mayor. Yes, sir. Good evening, council. How you guys doing today? Just want to give the report for the month of June 2022. We had 2 accidents, 1 call out,
Hey,
10
Chief, you
assists.
with us?
Can you hear me?
Or- Yeah,
Can you
Should we
see?
Go back.
What do you?
hey, Chief,
Can you hear me?
if you're speaking, you're muted.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Blink once if you can hear
Yeah,
us.
Rick-
Well, actually, we can't see.
I'm unmuted. I'm on here with you guys. Can you hear me? It ain't working.
Not hear you. That was very weird.
Can you hear me?
And go do the OCO.
Hello?
All right, maybe we'll come back. You've got the chief's report in front of you.
Maybe, why don't we try, logging out and logging back into?
All right.
Are we still live? Okay, well, I'm sorry.
Okay, try to unmute again now.
Hello? Can you hear me? Hello?
This is on. Can we test this tablet for the fire really quick? Chris, can you just test your audio?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello?
You wanna move it there?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Can you, have him, when you call him on the phone? And put you back out from the other line there, Chris.
All right, we're still live though.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna move on to the let's go to 4B as in boy. Ordinance Compliance Officer, you got his report.
I can hear something.
Any questions on the OCO's report? Okay,
I know some of these.
the only thing that I want to report on the OCO is that there has been some concerns raised in the community regarding a particular structure. And all I can say at this particular time is that the Ordinance Compliance Officer of the Harpers Ferry Police Department and various social services are aware of the situation and are pursuing appropriate action. The other thing regarding the OCO I want to report is that probably last week, about 20 letters went out from our code officer, Kevin Hamilton, regarding property 1109, Article 1109 violations. And Kevin reports that he's getting a very, very good response back from the individuals with property that is not up to a minimum standard in Article 1109. He'll be sending out additional letters this week. But he's reporting a very good, positive response. I've talked with Verlissa this morning. And if the code officer gets to the point that he has to issue citations to property owners, he will issue citations. And then we will let the judicial system take care of it. But hopefully we will not have to go to that point. And hopefully our residents and our property owners will take pride in their the assets that they have and make the necessary improvements that have been outlined in the letter from the code officer. Okay, okay, go ahead.
But on that subject.
Yeah.
Would it be possible, not the details in particulars, but a report of number of citations issued if we come to
Sure.
that.
Sure,
Thank you.
absolutely.
Okay, chief, we've got you on speaker.
Yeah, all right, I'll
Oh,
report for the month of June 2022. We had 2 accidents, 1 call out, 10 assists, 46 citations, and 90 incidents for the month. I continue to meet with the mayor, and we are working on issues at all times and accomplishing goals that are set forth by him. I also would like to say, well, I've been working with Kevin Hamilton on some of the issues that y'all were just speaking of, with one in particular, Miss Workman and Mr. Lewis there off of Henry Clay Street. We've got that issue resolved, it looks like, for the time being. So we continue to move forward, and hopefully, we can continue to build off of that. Are any Ernst or anything you would like to address with me or the officers that I could take back to them if you'd like? Oh, I also would like to thank you for what you with the raises and all that you put forward for the guys. That was a great effort. And I just want to thank each and every one of you guys for what you did for that.
thank you, chief.
Chief,
Any questions for the chief?
Chief, this is Christian. With the parking committee, we appreciate your heart. You and your crew have done, and officers done a bang up job on parking violations. Thank you.
Yes, sir. And I got an applicant that applied for the parking position as well. Melissa has his application, and we didn't have time to get it on the agenda for this month, but I'll make sure it's on there so we can get him started and helping out as well. And then the officers can go back to working traffic and stuff.
Great.
Thank you, chief.
Thank you.
Chief.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so let's drop down to 4B, Roman numeral 2. Who is handling that, Chris or
Yeah.
Christian?
I was. And this pertains to Kevin Hamilton's report. The permit that you see, the applicant was Harpers Ferry Bolivar Historic Town Foundation. And to give you some background on it, after the 2015 fire in Lower Town, the Town Foundation started a fund, a fire relief fund, and it was quite successful. They, I can't give you dollar figures, but they collected a lot of money, and a lot of money was dispersed to business owners and renters and some employees who were affected by the fire. And once those requests and those disbursements ended, there was still a residual amount in the fund. And so the Fire Relief Fund Committee under the Town Foundation has developed a plan, a beautification plan in Lower Town. And that's what this is about. They recently had hearings on this, or the application has moved forward, and it has been issued. However, the permit fee for that was charged in the normal way. There were not sufficient funds to pay the permit fee in addition to the cost of the project. And so ironically, one of the fire relief recipients, a business owner in Lower Town, paid our permit fee, the town permit fee for that application. And I would like to move that the council waive the permit application fee for the Harpers Ferry Bolivar Historic Town Foundation's application to build a merchant walkway in Lower Town, and that reimbursement for that fee be issued.
How much was the fee?
Okay.
No.
Could you say, what is a merchant walkway? What is that?
Between the buildings.
So between Potomac Street and High Street, there's that way that you can get up and through around the Almost Heaven.
Right.
And right now, most people don't know it's there. Some people do. If you're coming down, it's clear. But from Potomac Street, you might not ever know. So this is a way to improve traffic flow, pedestrian traffic flow through town, especially from Potomac Street up to High Street.
Okay. Well, it sounds like it's for merchants only. I mean, why is it
It's
called?
for visitors.
It's for anybody on Potomac Street who wants to get up to High Street.
It's just the name of it. I was confused. Okay.
Oh, yeah, I think-
understand that.
That was because the fund was initially propagated under that name.
Okay.
Yes, Deb Kelly just found the amount. It was $215.66. So if I can revise my motion that the permit application fee of $215.66 be reimbursed to the foundation.
Do I have a second on the motion? Second from Christian. Discussion.
I had just wondered, is there any money left in that original fund?
No, this will,
It's depleting. it.
this is depleting it. Yeah.
Yeah. I see.
And there was a lot of discussion on, what kind of a project that it to some extent it's a memorial, and they are including some aspects to memorialize the fire and the town's resilience after that tragic event.
And full disclosure, I am a board member of the foundation, but the justification for waiving the fee is that it's serving a clear community good. Is that fair to say?
Right.
It is, and it's a beautification project also.
Mhm.
One other discussion item is that the mayor has no authority to waive such a permit fee, and that's why it's being brought to the town council. Any other discussion? All those in favor of the motion? Okay, Christian,
Okay,
budget and finance?
budget and finance. So we met in a special budget and finance meeting last week on June 30th. First item was discussion regarding the Potomac Edison / Mund Power Solar Energy offering. By the way, we really go by Potomac Edison, but we had Thomas Butcher from First Energy who explained everything. So they're the overall big company, and then these two other outfits do Virginia, West Virginia. So this is a solar energy offering that they're going to, it's through the legislature of West Virginia. And they've been tasked with building solar sites, large solar industrial type sites on their what do you call them, brown sites?
Brownfields.
Brownfields, yeah, these are areas that are not useful anymore, except this would be a great use for that. So what they're doing right now, at least Thomas is doing, he's presenting the program to all municipalities, and this is also for individual ratepayers, where you can participate by dedicating a portion of your electric bill each month towards the solar energy program. It adds 4 cents per kilowatt to your bill, per whatever part of your bill you select. The percent, I believe you said a dollar amount or a percentage. And then it gives us, especially as a town, we can say that we are participating in this green effort in West Virginia without us building solar. I know no solar for the town hall yet, but this will be
Great on the roof.
yeah, this would be on these other sites and we can participate. He said something about the credits. I didn't quite get that.
The key thing to it is that the legislation indicates that they have to sell 85% of the capacity in order to build the 50 megawatt site. So residents and businesses and municipalities can pledge that now. And indeed, you will be able to say truly that whatever portion of the power that you've committed to pay in this way will go towards providing solar energy. So it's something the town could participate in. And I
Right.
think, Christian, you were saying that there's both flat and percentage. If you're a resident, it's a flat amount that you could say, I want to cover this much of my power bill. In any given month, you can say how much you want it to be. And I think it works out to as little as $2 a month to it's a small amount you could do. Whereas in a business or a township, it's by percentage of your use.
You can make it 100% if you like, but
Yeah.
So just so you're aware, they're motivated to get as many people as possible to sign up in this program because they cannot commence construction on these solar sites until they have hit their requirement. They had a energy megawatt requirement. So in theory, it will be, well, not theory, in actuality, even if we signed up now, and we're not going to talk about that tonight, we're just studying it right now in budget and finance. But you wouldn't even see it on your bill till probably a year from now. So it's kind of out there, but they would like municipalities, businesses and individuals to.
It's a
sign up
way we
for a
could
portion.
lead to be able to say that we would literally be able to say by signing up and pledging this, it will enable a solar site to be developed. And it's actually up 81 near the Maryland border, south of Hagerstown is the site here. But there are sites around the state, but they
I think
came to
there's
us.
4.
And it would be producing energy for our community.
Yes,
Yeah.
so it's direct. It's not like
It's
a
not
credit or
like,
offset
oh,
that you're.
here's a solar site taking solar energy, it's actually gonna go back
In the
our
grid, yeah, and we just are gonna pay a little bit more for it, but we all know that solar is gonna cost us. They have to build these huge, what, I don't know what you call them, plants or solar plants or solar.
Solar generation.
So
facility.
this is a gift.
It's not, yeah.
No, it's not a gift, we're gonna pay. We're gonna raise our electric bill a
If
little
you
bit.
want
too.
to.
No, if I decide to give $100 a month,
That's in addition to.
in addition to my bill, what do I get for that $100 a month?
You'll facilitate the generation of energy by a clean source, solar.
So I'm making a donation to
Mhm.
Potomac, correct?
Yep.
For constructing a plant that will end up billing us for solar power, right? Okay, so we get nothing in return. We don't get an invite to,
We facilitate clean energy in the world, which doesn't contribute to additional emissions, which contribute to global climate change.
So,
I might mention that the alternative, which we already are paying into the West Virginia Public Service Commission is subsidizing to a great extent coal plants right now. And we all are paying that presently. Now, I don't know whether it doesn't sound like there's any reduction in that.
Actually, yes, I mean, that one of the things that they talked about was that the people that they will use to construct and to run this facility, they will recruit from whole.
From the
So
plant,
they-
their
That's
coal
one of the
plants,
goals,
their
yeah.
gas plants, they're going to retrain these workers. That's the goal, to work in solar.
And especially downstate, you have so many sites that can't be used for anything else. And that have been spent, depleted of their coal. And if you can put people to work to create this energy that is a clean energy, it's a win for everybody.
This is a real win for West Virginia.
And we can lead with that here.
Maybe not so much for us here for, we have the one in Berkeley. But really for the state, they're really hurting big parts of the state. And
And it can be very small for the homeowner, just $1 a month. It doesn't have to be anything large.
And I did the math, it wouldn't require a tremendous number of people to get it built.
Yeah, when do they expect or anticipate
a year.
a year before they'll start accepting monies?
Well, it's two-part, when they can only start construction once
Once
the,
they have it fully. funded?
correct. But they're going to start billing, I think, December of 2023. And if the plant is not up and running, they will purchase credits so that you will still be honestly saying that you are participating in
This-
solar
By the way,
energy.
this is my second meeting on it and it was a little complicated. But we wanted, as a town, if with approval, we'll bring it to the town council with our recommendation. We might very well just do our lighting bill. We
Yeah.
have a lot, we have, how many bills? 6, 7,
Mhm.
8 bills?
So it's
Different power, but we could pick one of those and say, that's gonna be the one with the solar credit.
and it's really neat
Solar on it.
because there are basically two different tracks for this sort of thing. One, you hear about buying credits, offsets. That's not what
Mhm.
this is. An offset is saying, well, I generated this much carbon, whatever it is, I want to offset that. This is actually meaning this power is not going to be contributing
Yeah.
from the start. So in a way that we can start to move
Okay.
over and create new jobs.
Who's in contact with them? Who's gonna be our principal? Okay, Kristen, so you'll keep briefing us on developments. Okay, good, thanks. Christian, discussion action regarding approval of funding for tree removal of the Women's Club.
Okay, so the Women's Club request went in last year for approval in our 2023 budget. But this is kind of, they finalized that they went back and got 3 new bids. They tightened up the request. And we were very impressed with the work that they put into this. And they got, we're letting them select the vendor. But we are going to honor the $5,000 that we said we would give them. This is a organization, I just walked the site. They definitely need help. This building is a bit under threat by other trees around it, so. I don't know, do you have anything to say, Laurel, about it?
I think they carefully researched, they got 3 bids, they really discussed it. I heard it was a big topic at the recent meeting of this, so they took it very seriously to get us
Yeah.
as small a bid as they could.
And yeah, and what we're hoping is that they'll pick the vendor. We didn't want to get into that. That's getting into the weeds, but we are going to pay the check when to that vendor. So we have some control there. But this way, the bids are, let's see.
They were all a little different, that covering different.
You know, like one might be a little bit higher bid for them, but they can do it now, whereas another one might be a little cheaper, but they're not gonna get to it for 3 months or something like that. So we're gonna let them make that call.
My only question was, whose trees are they?
It's theirs.
They're all on women's.
No, there's the property next to it, there's the empty lot next to it. They can't take any trees down there, but they're going to remove the tree branches that hang over the building. Now, this building is a threatened building, and it's a very significant building to our community.
Is that neighbor going to be helping with that expense?
They had indicated they were, but now not so much,
But this money does not completely cover the.
no, their bill's bigger than
Their
this.
bill is
It's a lot
bigger
bigger
than
than this,
what we
almost
get.
double.
And they're not asking us to carry the whole load.
Yeah,
They came to us and asked for $5,000 to participate and to contribute, and we're paying the $5,000. But they're getting the rest of the money from other sources.
Yeah, I totally support helping out the women's club for this need. I agree that's a tremendous property and an organization that's, you know.
Oh,
Harper's
they've
Ferry
done
has
so
a
much
big
work
investment.
now.
I do think we need to start looking at, property owners' responsibility in, when they do have this, because it looks like it's coming up more and more, along the streets and also, I don't know, that's actually an enforcement issue,
Well,
but,
depends where the trees are. If they're in the easements, fortunately, we've had the power company remove a bunch. They've removed about 8 in front of my property, on their dime, but then I have to pay for all the other removal. They don't take it all.
And it's
Grinding stumps and.
it's a legal question, but I believe that if it's on private property, we don't believe we have an ordinance that specifically covers that currently. I don't know the legality of what that would be. Certainly if it fell on another property or in public way, in the public right of way, then there would be consequences to the owner of that.
But we have trees, private trees falling in our public right of ways and streets. And we don't program for that. I mean. Larry does, but he's not a tree man, you know.
Kevin, did you have a question?
Yeah, I can speak a little bit about the legality issue there because I wrote a tree ordinance.
All right.
We do have the ability to enforce if we were to put it into our ordinance. It's not an ordinance right now. Because we had concerns about that back in 2008 when I wrote the ordinance. The question I had about this specific project though is it sounded like, I didn't stop and look at it, but it sounded like a couple of the trees are originating on the town property. Is that correct?
I is dang close. The one up front, the 2 up front there. Yeah, it could be.
And was the tree committee consulted or informed?
I'm
in
not
any
aware of
way? Just as a courtesy.
I'm not aware.
Okay. Make that contact.
Yeah.
I'm going to turn this agenda item over to the recorder to handle. I am recusing myself because my wife is a member, an officer in the Women's Club. So Kevin, will you take care of this one?
You want me to do the motion?
Yes.
Yeah. I move to approve disbursement of $5,000 to the contractor selected by the Women's Club for tree removal. Let's see, let me read this. To the contractor selected tree removal and maintenance to preserve the historic Women's Club house from account number 906 Arts and Humanities and Historic Preservation.
Second.
I guess I'm gonna have to accuse myself because I'm a member of the Women's Club.
Oh, you want me to
My
step
wife
out?
is a member of the so, I mean, this is,
Yeah, if there's no monetary gain, it's.
Okay.
well, they don't
We
make
don't
any money.
actually have.
They're pretty poor.
unless you're the contractor law.
So you want to, should we vote?
Any further discussion on that?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, hearing none, all in favor? Okay, Mayor,
Yeah, I was like, that's okay.
Thank you, Kevin.
I did read it earlier, but
I love that.
Discussion action, Christian, regarding the gazebo.
oh, yes, okay. We'll get there. This one, this came from Patty, and she did the homework on this one. No. To get to the right. Oh, I got it. I have it right here. So, I think all of us who were in the park, this past week noticed how poor the roof looked. And so this is going to be work done by. Oh, she's already selected a contractor on this. Okay, so here we go. So move to contract with Ranking Contracting to scrape, sand, prime, and paint the roof of the gazebo, town gazebo for up to $2,500 from 906 Arts, Humanities, Historic Preservation. Inspection and approval will be required after sanding and scraping has been completed.
Second.
Second from Chris. Any discussion on the motion to approve?
Yeah, let me explain that last part. We wanted to make sure that it was done right before they started painting that thing. We want to make sure if there's holes in that sheet metal, or we want it repaired before they just paint.
Yeah,
over it.
it's critical.
Yes.
You may see in town sometimes they start with the scraping and put the paint on and 6 months later.
And we have a special paint that's gonna go on it. We're very familiar with this particular paint. It is specifically for this application. I'm really excited to see. And by the way, we never discussed the color, but we assume you're gonna pick that burgundy color that's already on the trim, but it wasn't.
Picking
It's
any color.
not in our,
Well, you can get whatever color.
correct, you can, but. we
Polka
didn't
dot,
have it in
alright.
our motion. So that's it. I'm done with discussion.
Okay.
Sorry.
And there were, you made presented.
Yes.
They will be reviewed by budget and finance.
Yes.
Plus the logo.
Other discussion. Do I have a second? Is it with?
Mhm.
Oh, yeah, second. Great. All those in favor of the motion? Okay. Thank you. I guess you're on a roll.
Oh, yeah,
Christian.
keep on going. Okay, so I'm on my next page here, discussion. Oh, I did
The
that one.
evaluation of the town hall.
Okay, that one I got on the special one here. So this one here, this actually came from, it's ended up in Budget and Finance Committee, but it really started with the Town Hall Complex Study Group, which a lot of the staff here are on that committee and done a lot of hard work on it. And we felt the very first thing that needed to be done was this building needs to be checked out to see structurally what's going on. We really are not sure about it. The floors are sagging. There's some issues with the building, we suspect, but we don't know how bad that is. So I went through the effort to, as being the head of that committee, to look for a structural engineer. Whoa, it is not easy to find. And I submitted one online, never got a response back. I submitted one that Storm used, this lady, I emailed her, I called her, no response. And then finally we got one from Structural Concepts. And they put together the bid and they look like they'll do a thorough job for us. And they are, I forgot where they're at, Winchester.
I move that $2,499 from capital expenditures town hall be paid to Structural Concepts Incorporated to perform a structural engineering evaluation of the town hall building.
Second on the motion, second from Chris. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion?
Yeah, that's all my stuff. I mean, those other two bids were actual.
Discussion action regarding request. The FRA, who's handling that? Storm or Christian?
Yeah, gonna let Storm handle that one.
Sure,
Storm know that he's handling
He
it?
did not know that.
I'm prepared to handle it, so yes. Yeah, I brought this up in a prior town council meeting, and at this point, bringing it forward because we may need town hall to get in on it. So the objective is to create a quiet zone in Lower Town, which will involve upgrading the Potomac Street crossing. And as a quiet zones, it will mean that trains would not ordinarily need to sound their horns only in emergency circumstances, whereas now they're required to sound every time they approach the crossing. And it needs to come to town council because only the controlling jurisdiction in which the quiet zone exists can initiate the process through the Federal Rail Administration. And to summarize what may be involved, and I'm bringing it forth now for town hall to contact FRA, because we've learned as much as we can learn about the process and about the costs that we can without actually contacting FRA to get more information. And from research that I've done and others that estimates to upgrade the crossing to qualify for the quiet zone, because they'll need to put in swing arms and potentially other elements, range anywhere from $200,000 to over $1 million. And there would likely be an initial feasibility study, which could cost around $20,000. Again, this is all maybes at this point. A hilltop developer, Swan, may be willing to provide assistance to fund the project, potentially in the form of either a proffer, if that is legally allowable for this project, or potentially as part of tax increment financing through the state. So the feasibility of accepting the proffer needs to be investigated as well. CSX and the Park Service would also need to be part of this process, as might be private landowners that are adjacent to it. And then securing solid answers to these questions require contacting the FRA.
Just for information, westbound trains from the tunnel to the crossing, there's 10 horns. 2 tunnel, 2 bridge, 2 station, 4 crossing. And that's probably, what is that, a quarter of a mile maybe?
Yeah,
Something like that, so.
it would cut it in more than half.
Yeah.
And I've put a decibel meter up now and then, so it's
So do we need to do anything, Storm, or are we waiting on something, or are we
so someone
requesting that we get, we look into becoming a signatory to some, I mean, what exactly action do you want from the council?
for either a member of council, the mayor, to contact the FRA to get information, further information about the costs and process.
I think we said to request the feasibility study.
I thought that was on there. You were gonna request that.
Oh,
To ask the mayor to correspond with FRA. to
Yes.
Request the feasibility study to establish a quiet zone.
And I thought I saw it on the.
yes.
Because we need to make the next step here.
Yeah.
Better than the computer system.
I move I move to have the mayor or a member of town council correspond with the Federal Rail Administration to request a feasibility study to establish a quiet zone in Lower Town.
I have a second on the motion. Second from Laurel, discussion.
Do you know who would be doing this study and evaluating this?
Not yet.
Okay,
That's one of the gray mysteries right now.
yeah. I mean, I certainly like the idea of having gates at the crossing as we start developing a trail there, you know. I do think we need to. Well, I have great concerns about safety at the train station. You know, it's only been 5 years or so since we had someone killed there crossing, and they were probably not crossing very wisely. But you get 2 trains going opposite directions, and it can be a pretty tricky thing.
Although I will say that the train station itself would not be part of the quiet zone. It would actually start just before Potomac Street and run west. That said, this isn't part of this action, but that there is also, the FRA has, Harper's Ferry is one of the stations that they're going to be required to upgrade for ADA compliance. So it's possible as part of that process, it could be addressed at that time.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's certainly something to study and go forward with. I just want whoever's doing it to look at the whole picture.
Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion? Motion carries. Second, good. Water Department. I'm sorry. Did I miss something?
No.
Water Department General Report from the Water Commission. Laurel?
I'm gonna call Chris Dyer on this phone, so just need to try to do that.
So Chris has given his report at the end,
Oh, at the end, okay.
but we should get him on now to hear the whole thing. So a lead copper survey, I hope everybody got theirs in the mail.
Mhm.
We sent out between 850 and 900 lead and copper surveys, and some 210 have been returned. We're on a good schedule for the first part of this project where we have to get 20 samples. 20 samples of water from people. It looks like, from the Jefferson County Assessor's Office, they have given me a list of residences and apartments built between 1982 and 1986. And that's the real target that they want us to try to get the samples from. So it looks like there are, more than something like 30 that would fit that bill. There's a few in Harper's Ferry, but most of them are in Bolivar. And we'll be working on talking to them, and because they are the ones who actually take the sample. They follow directions, we pick it up from them, but they actually have to put the sample in the bottle. Looks like that we won't have to do that until the end of September. So before then, we'll get agreement from 20 people, and we have to submit that plan to the health department for approval. So that's going well, and we have time to do that. I'm expecting Chris will talk about the water plant improvement, but I just want to mention that Paul is the name of the company that made the membrane filter, and it's spelled P-A-L-L. They're coming next week for a minimum of 6 weeks, and they will stay on site. They're assisting in building this membrane filter. They're going to stay here until the two membrane filters are up and running, and everyone is trained on them. And both Class 2 operators will be trained on them. And we're on schedule to have at least one of those two membrane filters online, hopefully both of them by the end of August. So we are on schedule for that, and that also agrees with our copper and lead and copper sampling that has to go on. And I'm sure that Chris will say more about that. One project I want to mention is it is a large meter testing. It's a PSC requirement to test all meters according to a certain schedule. It's right there in the PSC ordinance. The bigger the meter, the more often it has to be tested for accuracy. So the smallest meters, our residential meters, have to be tested once every 10 years. The 1 inch is tested every 7 years. The 2 inch is tested every 5 years, and so on. We're behind in our testing, but we plan to develop a schedule for testing after the plant is substantially completed. Okay, and in addition, a project I want to mention that has been ongoing since the previous administration is the replacement of some large meters at 2 large apartment complexes in our water district. They use an older technology, and they're thought to be not as accurate as they need to be, which would mean they don't measure as well, and our income from them is reduced. And if the water's income is reduced, so is the PSD income. So we'd like to replace them with a new meter that uses newer technology and should more accurately measure their usage. The PSD is also interested in this project because it would bring them more revenue. So this project could net a significant revenue for our water utility and the PSD. About this time of the year, the owner of the apartment complexes apparently writes to our town to ask if we anticipate a change in the fees for water, because they include this water fee in their customers' rent. So I don't know if we have received that question already in 2022. But if not, then we need to be prepared to tell them that their fees could change. due to a more accurate measure of the usage. So I just want to mention that is ongoing. The Elk Run Main project. The engineer for the project, Mr. Eckenrode, reports that Green Ridge is contractors who are the contractors who received the contract. They're still working on the paperwork for this project. And one of the things that they kind of found out on the late end is that the national park requires that the NPS be listed as one of the insured parties. And they perhaps did not know that when they were getting their insurance done, but now they know it, and they will have to include NPS as one of the as an additional insured party on the insurance. So hopefully we will get this paperwork maybe by Friday, because we still have to do the step where all the parties sign the contract, and we haven't gotten there yet because we need this paperwork. And we're hoping to have a pre-construction meeting by the first week of August. And at that time, we'll know the construction sequence plan, and we'll know whether they have been able to find the materials for the project. And because we all know that in this time, it's difficult to find materials sometimes, to find enough materials, and that they can be delivered in a timely manner. The Water Commission approved the proposal by Heberling and Associates to be the archaeologists for this project. They act as a watchdog for the National Park Service while the construction is ongoing. And this oversight by the archaeologists is a requirement from the National Park Service, since it involves construction on NPS land. So this proposal was approved by the Water Commission and approved to send to the town council for approval. And they expect no more than 5 days of work. And their proposal is for a maximum of $3,683.04. And I think you have that proposal in front of you. So that is actually the next agenda item. I'd like to make a motion that we accept the Heberling proposal, which is the archaeologist proposal dated June 17th, 2022, for archaeological work during the Elk Run Main project, costing a maximum of $3,683.04.
I second.
Discussion. What was that cost again?
3,683.04.
I was going to ask, are they going to do it at the same time now? I mean, they're coordinating between the contractor and, you know, this archaeologist.
Yeah, the archaeologist has to coordinate with the contractor, and they have talked, and that's how they came up with the 5 days. They feel like it'll take 5 days.
So it works like this, they dig, the contractor digs, and then they kind of see what they've been digging. Is that how it works?
They're supposed to be on site while the digging is happening.
But they're there watching. I've heard about these in like in Italy and France, and they dig up some Roman thing, and they'll stop the construction to get that out, and it's good if they do that. And
Yeah,
It'd be amazing if we found Roman.
yeah.
I got the scope of work described it pretty well. That was helpful.
Any other? All those in favor of the motion?
And that's all that I have.
Chris?
Okay. Hey, guys.
Hey, Chris.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. The water loss for the month of June was 14.16%. This is the lowest loss percentage I have recorded since I became superintendent. We had the highest
sold water in the last 5 years. I believe some of the results come from the recent replacement of broken meters that Sean and Ryan, with some assistance from Ron Smoot, have completed. Also, we have fixed all of the known water leaks, and my team continues to leak detect. Angie was also contributed a great deal in the zero usage program by finding them and making a spreadsheet to keep track of all the zero usage meters. Filter 2 has been removed. I no longer have a filter. Sorry, it's still funny walking into the plant and be missing a complete filter. We are now running the water operations on one filter. We are able to produce more water than we previously calculated. Because of this, we are able to run less hours, 17 hours as opposed to the 20 hours as previously anticipated. Our plant can now be run from the computer for most of it, allowing us to make adjustments to the equipment that our runtime by 600%. I'm sorry, I just got a call. Can you guys still hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I don't know who the call's from. Of course, that's how it always happens. We recently we have to replace some of the repair work in town. We have some up on Church Street that needs asphalt. I'll be having that done hopefully by the end of this month. But for now, we went around and replaced some of it with gravel. So if anybody sees any more places that need to be filled in for now, let me know. And I was going to add a little more to this report, but while I was writing it, I got called out on a water leak. Besides, I was told less is better anyway. And that is that for this report. I also have the water treatment facility improvements contract report for July 11th. And I was looking, I think that's for the 14th meeting. The contractor, Alvarez, put the sedimentation basin in Clearwell into service. They installed miscellaneous piping and performed seeding and mulching at the site. Various Paul Corporation membrane filtration equipment was installed, as well as treatment chemical equipment, compressed air piping, and started up the finished water pumps. A Paul Corporation representative was on site to prepare for startup of the new membrane filtration system. Electrical contract has continued tying in the multiple electrical components. And let me tell you, if you get a chance to come down to the plant, you have to see this elaborate electrical display. I mean, the wiring that it takes to make this to make this fully automated is impressive. You know, it's quite the operation. Alvarez's plans to begin demolition of the existing number 1 filter the week of the 27th was completed on schedule, and continued to install an additional Paul Corporation membrane filtration equipment. They also plan to put the new raw water pump intake pumps into service and begin installing new circulation system and associated equipment. So we are now using the new pump system that they were referring to. That's the pump house that they built, the big pump house. I don't know if you guys have seen that or not, but so that's in play, and we're basically what's going on is we're now able to put 223 gallons per minute. We have it down. I mean, it's so accurate. 223 gallons a minute is going into the plant, and we're pumping out of the plant to the tank 284 gallons. So because of that, we're able to run for 6 hours at a time, which frees up a lot of time for us. And that's all I got.
Okay.
Any questions?
Oh, it's exciting. It's really exciting with the changeover happening.
Oh, it is. I'm like a little kid.
Thank you, Chris.
Every day I look forward to going to work. There's something new to work on.
Thanks, Chris.
Thank you, Chris.
Chris,
Yep, you're welcome.
I'll go ahead and pick it up with Roman numeral 2.
can you do that, Debbie?
The resolution 16, that's the first read. Yep. Resolution 16 of the town of Harper's Ferry approving invoices relating to construction and other services for the water project and authorizing payment thereof. Whereas the town of Harper's Ferry has reviewed the invoices attached here to and incorporated herein by reference in relation to the construction of the water project funded by the United States Department of Agriculture, and finds the following: that none of these items for which payment is proposed have been requested from another source, that each item for which the payment is proposed be paid or was necessary in connection with the project and constitutes a cost of the project, that each of such costs has been otherwise properly incurred, that payment for each of the items proposed is due and owing. Now therefore be it resolved by the town council of Harper's Ferry that the payment of the attached invoices as summarized below are hereby authorized and directed. Windhoff and Foreman, $16,931.69. Alvarez Contractors Incorporated, $124,997.40, for a total of $141,929.09. Adopted by the town council of Harper's Ferry, the meeting on the 11th day of July 2022.
I move to approve resolution 16 and payment for pay application 15 as presented.
Second on the motion. Second from Chris. Discussion on the motion. All those in favor of that motion? raise your hand.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that total? 141,929.
And 9 cents.
Thank you.
Okay, Laurel, discussion action regarding amendment number 5 to owner engineer contract for water treatment plant improvement project. I'm sorry, number 4. Roman numeral 4.
So this is the amendment to the contract that we are currently involved in for the water treatment plant. This extends the services of the residential project representative through the end of August. And this, along with the previous amendment and then the change order that has been approved, brings our contingency fund to about 14,000.
I move to approve amendment number 5 to the WTP owner engineer agreement as presented.
Second to the motion. Second from Christian. Discussion on a motion to approve amendment number 5.
I have a question, so. This will still be on the plant project and not on the other project. And is this expected to be the end of?
I mean,
For
if
him.
this is supposed to go through the end of August, so if, as you reported earlier, they get to substantial completion by the end of August and both filters are running, then I believe that takes him down to less time and required, like after substantial completion. I think they said that his requirements at the facility would be very small. I think we need to get more information about that after in our next session, both timing and those actual requirements. And then, of course, we also have Elks Run to consider. But also that's a 2-week finite probably period of time. Again, doesn't need to be there full time from what we understood, and that would have to be paid for with Elks Run fees.
And I understand he's also going to be working on the Charlestown project.
Right.
So,
And so he'll be around in the area, so for him to pop down and put in, so. It seems possible if there are no other change orders, that we will hopefully not consume the rest of the. Maybe not.
Other discussion. Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion? Okay. Yeah, 5, who's handling that? You or Laurel?
yeah, you two take that
So-
one, please.
I have now also lost track of that one piece of paper, but I can tell you what this is. So earlier when I was talking about the funding and how we're gonna get our application to the EPA and to the WDA, we are requiring an updated preliminary engineer report from the 10-year-old report that we had. So basically, they'll just be reviewing it, taking things out like Elks Run, which was originally in there, updating pricing, any other plans, and so they will be charging us between $3,000 and $5,000 to do that. This will go into construction and process. It will be included as part of the cost of the project, and when funding is obtained, we will be reimbursed as some cost.
I move to approve up to $5,000 to update the GDNF preliminary engineer report for the Harpers Ferry Water Distribution System Improvement Project.
Second on the motion. Second from Chris. Discussion on the motion to approve. Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion?
I'm gonna say one more thing.
Yes,
beyond
ma'am.
that. We do, and there may be some legal work that needs to be done. There shouldn't be bond counsel, but Toy was checking into whether there's any legalities with funding different grants. So again, there might be some work associated with this would go to construction project, but unless it gets to some large amount, we'll just run it through and identify it for billing so that we're reimbursed in the end.
Is that contemplated as part of that 3,000 to 5,000 or
No,
that?
no, that's just for the engineer, and
Yes.
because it was that dollar amount, that's why I brought it here. But usually with Toy, it would just be a couple $100 here or there, and then we'll put that all together at the end, and it'll go in construction project process. You already approved in a previous meeting recently the okay for the accounting firm to go ahead with 442.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Ordinance Review Committee, Kevin.
Yes, we met recently to discuss, ordinance number 2022-03. An ordinance to amend Article 735 of the codified ordinances of Harpers Ferry, providing for a temporary special event vendor license. Chris and I met with, Lynn Petroconis and also Pat Morse. And I think,
Chris, great with you.
yeah, Chris and I and Lynn and Pat, and
I wasn't there.
That was it.
was that it? I'm thinking there was someone else.
There's so much energy in the room.
Yeah. I thought I was missing somebody. To discuss, the recommendations that we had received, a few months ago when we first brought this ordinance, to the council. So I understand that I missed a couple of points possibly.
I sent something just a few minutes ago.
And I have one concern as well. Just specifically, yeah, I've looked at it a little bit. So, and on the whole, I feel it's really solid, but under in the A, there's 1, 2, and 3. That I really feel that number 2 is problematic. And unnecessary, and I'll explain that. That we already have ordinances that cover traffic and parking and other things. That's one part of it, so it's redundant in some ways, and other potential causes of disruption such as noise that might come with events. And also that it's very vague and subjective to say what a significant disruption is, potentially to the point where it could even be a First Amendment right of lawful assembly issue if it's that vague. That projecting into the future, we don't know as written, it could be mayor, it could be council, or some designated person selectively using this ordinance to determine who gets to assemble and who doesn't, just because of how vague that is. I actually feel like removing that second condition would not harm the ordinance. That if the concern is, and also in looking at other towns' ordinances, I've never seen any that didn't involve either, I'm not an expert, but that didn't involve closing public streets or something that requires the use of the town's resources specifically. As it's applied in other towns, that means the police is required, if town personnel are required, as opposed to there might be more people on the street. And that's where it starts to get into a hazardous area.
So it sounds like you'd be in favor of just removing it. I had presented this draft. My concern was with something like the half marathon recently that did not close down Washington Street, but it was, you know, the center of traffic. It was greatly affecting traffic on Washington Street. And that's fine. We want that kind of event. But I think we also need to know about it and maybe approve that kind of thing. I would be uncomfortable with totally removing it. I would be fine if we can find something better than significant. You know, some way to define that better.
Yeah, I see that case being one that needs to be covered. Well, I guess the difference there is that it's specifically something that is being done on public land. That's different than, say, a case where, you know, it's a church or a site where it's simply, there are going to be more people here. So,
No, it's where, the idea is where, traffic, be it pedestrian or automotive traffic, or parking is so affected that it is affecting our normal run of business, our normal tourism, I guess I can see to some extent your concern that at some point that could be used. But I also, you know, we've given town council, we've given the mayor, we've given the mayor's designee power to approve these. Presumably the town council could overrule.
yeah, there's not a known process would even be known if this came to council. And it may be curable by putting something that, again, that adds the idea that it's on public land or public right of way. And because that would cover something like a marathon that runs through town, that causes that kind of disruption. Without generally saying, you know, we don't want to approve it just because we don't want it to happen.
Would you see any kind of anything that would be affecting traffic or parking that greatly that's not on public land? I mean, I wouldn't see that as a possibility if it's.
Well, right, that's why if I designated on public land, it wouldn't be an issue.
Oh, okay, so adding that into that number 2,
Yes.
I'd be comfortable with that.
All right. Kevin? Yeah, I understand what you're saying. So how would you want to word that?
Well, I don't even think in terms of striking it, so I hadn't thought about it. And most of them do open up with talking about it has to do with, you know, use of public streets and public parks. You know, something that is controlled by the public. And it's usually done in preamble. Like if you look at Martinsburg's and look at Winchester, look at Winchester's and some others. So I don't know if, let me see if it can be inserted easily in a way that we cover it.
So would you possibly just say it is expected they will cause a significant disruption to pedestrian or automotive traffic or parking on public streets and rights of way?
The thing is, I feel like it's too broad in that anything that draws people is going to draw on the town's parking. So we have ordinances that say where in signs that say where you can and can't park.
Right. However, this section A only specifies when it's considered a temporary special event. If you go down to section F, it does say that parking ordinances remain applicable.
Right, but
So I
by
think that
saying,
covers what you're saying, if I understand it right.
my concern is that, you know, let's say there is an event, you know, that the Women's Club is holding, or that the new Zion Church Community Center, but it could shooting down events because people are going to be parking, you know, that would be something that, as written, that this ordinance could do.
I don't think the idea is to shoot down events. It's so that the town knows about them and you know, perhaps the police chief or parking committee or someone can, you know, come up with, work with that organization to make a plan.
Yeah, I understand the intent. I do, but I'm thinking about, you know, there's the million-mile horizon of what the harms could be. Again, I don't see that in anything right now, but this is something that is going to be traveling with us. This ordinance.
All right, where are we?
And I had some ideas, some things too. I'd like
Go ahead, Chris.
Okay, so in here, we don't, I was gonna add to line A today. It is A, okay, is to add to the line after private individuals is defined as an event type of reoccurring no more than 6 times by the same sponsor in a calendar year. Because we don't identify events, numbers. And I think they should.
I know Lynn had
Lynn brought that.
expressed that after the meeting that, what about recurring events?
Like a farmer's market.
Yeah, there could be a weekly farmer's market there.
Um,
And I was going to add to that,
Hmm.
the temporary special events, keep going. Temporary special events require approval by the mayor and or their designee. I think should be first. Then when they exceed at the request by a sponsor exemption to hold additional special events on a calendar year requires, you know, if there's additional events more than the 6, then requires approval of town council. So I think when you have short, let's say you have a special event.
well, remember the purpose of this. Mainly, it's not. The main concern was not approval of special events. It was temporary vendor licenses.
Correct.
And so the idea was if you go over 4, it doesn't make sense to get one of these $10 vendor licenses 4 times a year. You need to get a West Virginia license or a Harper's Ferry business license, one of the regular ones. So that was the intent there.
I think I have a fix. We finished that up, but I think I have a fix.
To yours or his?
It's mine.
Okay, go ahead then.
Okay, it's just that, we just don't know how many times. And the other thing is, I felt that the churches should be exempt, and I listed out 5 churches in town, because they're holding special events on their property on a fairly regular basis, between funerals, weddings, things like that, and I just want them out of the equation altogether.
I actually think this will fix both of them by removing number 2 and amending number 1 to read as follows.
Okay.
So temporary special events, when 1, they will require temporary closure, blockage, or unusual disruption of any public street or public property. So that would cover things like marathons, that anything that is going to be in the public that would be an unusual disruption. So beyond what would ordinarily happen, that might create an unusual circumstances that could burst through the bounds of our ordinances and our signs. And that would also mean we would not need to put anything special in for the churches and other places that have regular events, because that would be part of the usual flow of the town.
Well, how does that line up, Storm, with your initial concern using the word significant?
Mhm.
Now you're replacing significant with unusual.
Because it's part of a string that is more clear, because it's in line with closure, blockage, and specifically stating that of the public streets or public properties. So it's not simply more people might park. This is an unusual disruption in the string from closure, blockage, disruption, not closure, blockage, disruption, inconvenienced, that I think it's clear. Or it could be misinterpreted, but I don't feel it's this wide gulf that, looking through the crystal ball into the infinite future, could be abused.
So that was, they will require the temporary closure, blockage, or unusual disruption of
Yeah,
any public street or property? Is that what
Yes.
you had?
Public street, public property.
public street or public property.
That's replacing. That's going to amend number 1 and delete 2.
What about the churches?
Well, churches are not having events where people are selling goods or services. And that's really the,
And we've also specifically addressed that on down.
And any reasonable person reading number 1, if you said, well, the church can't have its services, you'd say, well, why? It's an unusual disruption. Really? That seems pretty usual.
And then notice on, who is that? Down on number 3,
Just
Kristen.
don't want them to get a license, that's all.
No, but look at number 3, it says, rummage or bake sales, raffle ticket sales, or ticket sales to educational or entertainment activities by charitable or community organizations are exempt from town council approval or from vendor license requirements. Now, I did want to tweak that a little bit, but that is kind of addressing your need, maybe not a funeral, but if you think funerals are gonna be seen as a special event,
And also, like, we will have this reporting that's describing our intent, and I would say that if it could flow through into the guidance for implementing this, that when you give the examples of, street closure, that's clear, blockage, unusual disruption, use the example of the marathon that, is going to not close the street, but it's an unusual disruption, and you can even put an example in there about how a church that is having its regular functions would not be subject.
So the only reason I throw the churches is just so they don't later on, like 10 years, 5 years from now, somebody's rereading this thing and they go, hey, you're gonna get these guys. They're doing a wedding, there are some people hired at these things. And I'm just trying to head it off at the pass. Just on these churches, not, and somebody making up a church, that's what I'm trying to avoid. I'm trying to avoid the specific churches that have facilities, they have buildings.
Well, that's problematic, and you're establishing, what a proper religion is and what's not.
No, I'm trying to avoid any more churches being added unless the council in the future changes it. Right now, you can have your house be a church today. I mean, you can get a license, I'm
Yeah.
trying to avoid that.
Well,
I'm trying
that's,
to get somebody to avoid using
if we do that,
the
then
auspices of a church.
the government is determining what's a church and what's not, and that's strictly forbidden by the First
Yeah.
Amendment.
I was gonna
And
say,
remember
from a
what-
legal perspective, that's problematic.
and remember what our goal is, we're looking at vendor licenses.
I'm just trying to avoid them to have that.
Yeah.
Why don't we do this? Why don't we include the language, Kevin? You got the language, okay. We'll substitute that, make that substitution on number 1, delete number 2, so then number 3 becomes number 2. And then we put this before this body for approval and put it in action. And if we're confronted with an issue 2 years, 3 years, 6 months from now, I mean, we're always amending our ordinances anyway. I don't think this is ever going to be picture perfect from the get-go.
Yeah.
So let's just go forward. I would recommend we do.
I did have another tweak that actually we had come up with in the ORC meeting, and Kevin did an excellent job on getting everything except this one. On letter A, Pat's concern was that if the town is going to approve special events, we need a little bit of time to do that. And so the ORC had passed a 30-day notification. So trying to tweak the language so we wouldn't have to do much to it what I did, what I came up with today was this. On letter A. Where it says, or by private individuals require, okay, insert after the word require 30-day advance notification of the event and approval by town council. So that's just saying that in order to approve a special event, a festival or whatever, that we need to have it by 30 days.
Why does the town council have to approve it? Why can't the?
Well, it doesn't have to be the town council. Go on and read the rest of it. So
Oh, I know, it says and this and there, it's like anybody can approve it.
And I do
Why
feel,
don't we even have it to the town council? It's so much easier to do it to the mayor or the designee.
The reason is because the town council has ultimate authority under our constitutional, the
I get
constitutional
that. Can we move
organization
the
of our
town
town
council
government.
to the end of the line instead of the beginning of the line?
well, the flow of power goes from town council down. And I do think that, you know, it would be good for their. I understand, but that's gonna come down the same way, like some of these things are going to be hammered out in the actual policy. So to determining who will actually be handling them. And I would say that if, you know, there should be a report of that maybe if the mayor is doing it or the designee, that we see what has been approved in any given
But
time.
let's say somebody has an event 30 days from today, they're gonna miss, or 29 days from today or something. They're gonna miss it because they can't catch the town council.
No, they won't. The mayor or the mayor's designee can approve it. The reason that the town council is mentioned here is because the town council has ultimate authority. If the mayor, a future mayor, were to approve something and the 7 people on council as a whole body felt that it was inappropriate to approve that, the town council can overrule that.
Or alternately, maybe the mayor, maybe something so controversial has come up, but the mayor doesn't feel like he or she wants to make that decision. And says, okay, town council take this.
Yeah, that's true too.
All right, Kevin, is this, is this gonna meet the amendment, or are we gonna have to do a first reading?
It would have to be first reading.
Okay.
Because there was a significant change
Yeah,
between
I'm seeing that.
when we,
All right, so where do we go from here, Kevin?
we would need a motion for a first reading if the council agrees. As amended.
I move to approve the first reading of ordinance number 2022-03 with the amendment given by Storm and with my amendment having to do with the 30-day notification.
The recorder has those 2 amendments, Kevin.
Yeah, I've already made them.
Okay, second on the motion.
The second,
Any discussion on the motion?
Another
Kristen?
question. What do we do about the TDD? How's that handled?
About the what?
An event, special event in the TDD district.
That's outside of our authority
I'm
already.
just asking the question, that's all.
but if they had an event somewhere else in
So
town,
they don't need to,
No.
I'm talking about if they have a vendor or something coming on their property. That's all.
Yeah, we can't regulate that, but
I didn't think we could.
But if the property owner were to hold an event anywhere in town outside of that TDD, they would fall under this ordinance.
or promote a marathon through town, whatever it was, then it would.
The same thing is true of the National Park Service, you know, they have special events all the time. But that's another reason why we need to kind of know about the big things here, because what if we're gonna have a marathon happening at the same time that the
Another
Park
one.
Service is having the, you know.
Then they
Lincoln
corrected
Roll
it.
Up.
A wedding with pipers, yes.
Okay, I'm just trying to be. Devil's advocate.
Okay, any other discussion? All those in favor of the motion? Good job, Kevin.
Good job.
Yeah,
Thank you all.
I can't say as I understand that tax section. the first section, the lot.
All right,
Oh, it made sense to me.
It did, oh,
let's move to parking committee. Who's,
that's me.
all right, that's you. You've got.
Yeah, this is a retread, bringing it back to life. This is the effort to add a emergency snow route on Washington Street. So the mayor last time back in August, remember we had that last meeting, he said that we have to talk to the state. He gave me a contact to the state. I reached out to the state. The state came back and I just sent the email to everyone and they basically said, fine, you can do it, you have the authority to do it, but you have to enforce it and you have to pay for the signs and all that. So they're not gonna keep any money. But we can do it. And I sent a photograph of exactly what happens when somebody parks on the street during a snowstorm. And then we have to pay to get the contractor back up here. It wouldn't be so bad if we own the snowplow, but we don't. So I could read this.
Yeah.
All right.
Good.
So the park committee moves to recommend to town council that ordinance 909.05 be created to designate Washington and High Street as an emergency snow route and be posted as such with specific road signs placed within the street right away. The purpose of this designation and signage is to alert the public that these streets are to be kept clear of parked vehicles which may interfere with snow and ice control operations. Upon declaration of a snow emergency by the National Weather Service and then declared formally by the mayor or his or her designated representative, any vehicles left unattended and parked on the emergency snow route shall be removed at the owner's expense. This ordinance will be communicated to residents each October, November by the parking committee in the Upper Sperry newsletter and in the mayoral comments for October, November town council meeting.
Second.
Discussion. I have discussion. Huh?
Is there a model ordinance for this?
This I've taken from other towns and you don't think I could write all this. I mean, I went to look at other towns and saw what they did.
Right, but is there a model ordinance that you would suggest that we follow? The reason I'm asking is
I'm not sure.
because this would fall on the ordinance review committee to develop. this
Yes,
ordinance,
I
right?
want to ordinance maybe do it. Yeah.
Right. However, the ordinance review committee has a mission statement that was approved by the town council 10 years or more ago. And believe it or not, it does not give us the authority to actually create an ordinance from scratch.
So a model ordinance will need to be supplied to
Yeah,
the.
and we can work with that model ordinance. We just can't
What is the
start it
model
from
ordinance?
scratch ourselves.
So find an ordinance from another town.
Oh, I can
to
do
bring
that. Yeah, that's where I got it.
All right, my discussion is. Why do we need an ordinance?
Why don't people move their cars?
Well, I mean, if we want to put a yield sign. Up on Putnam Street and one over on Fillmore Street. We're not going to put an ordinance together to put up a yield sign. That has. Authority. Why are we wasting? Effort to create an ordinance. It seems to me this body can just approve. Conceptually. The issue of. Controlling parking during the storms. With signage that is enforceable without having to create an ordinance.
It's a legal question.
I'm not an attorney.
I don't think we need an ordinance for this. I
That's a
don't- I
legal
just don't
question.
think.
It could be an overreach of power.
Because a yield sign is a traffic control device, of course.
So is this,
Whereas a snow emergency route is a designation. And without a designation, we would not be able to enforce. The snow removal route and the requirement for vehicles to be removed from the right of way.
yeah, but I think the governing body has the authority to approve putting up snow emergency route signs.
I'd be
And
want
then enforce
to be really sure about that, because if that's something that hadn't existed, and your car's getting towed off the street, and the flake
Well,
isn't
we
down
would
yet.
do obvious notification. Just like when we come up with any new ordinance, we notify the people that a new ordinance has been developed. I just don't know if we need to go to the level.
Let me ask this, was the motion to develop an ordinance, or was it to initiate this? 'Cause
I
we
just
can
want
check
people
on
to
that.
stop parking when there's snow.
Oh, no, I know the intent. I
Okay.
just don't remember the exact wording of the motion to know that if,
Yeah,
at
was
this
there
point,
an ordinance in the amend, in the motion?
Is there what?
did it
Was
mention,
there an ordinance in the? motion?
specifically
There was,
mentioned
there
creating
was.
when it was?
Yeah. There
No.
was.
There wasn't.
Me? I mean.
What was the motion?
It said create-
Who's on first?
I don't know.
Who's on first?
Yes, he's asking for an ordinance to be created.
I'm asking for an ordinance to be created, yes.
Well, I would say the first gate would be to find out if we require an ordinance. I think it can stand as it is if the next stop is, if we take it to the town attorney and they say you do not require an ordinance for this, then I'd be comfortable with that, but otherwise, I wouldn't want to start towing people's cars without being pretty sure.
We got state authority that owns the road and owns the right of way. We have state authority to place emergency, whatever the sign is going to say, on their right of way. We have other control devices on other state right of ways that we enforce. Harpers Ferry Police Department. All the stop signs that are, this, that, or the other on Alt 340. That we enforce. I don't see where this is an exception to that,
Yeah, I mean, we do tow cars if they're parked
right?
illegally.
We do that off of the.
And those are
Washington
in our
Street.
ordinances. Like
Hmm?
that's outlined in the ordinances, those are.
Yeah, but
So,
there's a posted sign.
You
Right,
can
but-
recommend that they not park in some emergency. I'm afraid we can't enforce it.
No, I'm not sure about that. I think we can, but
But can we get 10?
I'm just one vote, that's all.
We have 10. Get his.
yeah, I'm much more comfortable.
Instead of going around.
Again, yeah, if the word is, yeah, you can do that. Come on, Donnie, you can do that. Then-
Right, unless we're gonna,
And if you can find one,
I'll find one. I think it was Charlestown or Ransom.
I mean, the fact that other towns have an ordinance for this, it tells you that somebody certainly legally thought it was either necessary or.
well, unless we're gonna get a major snowstorm next week. Before the next council meeting, I would suggest we just table this until we get additional information.
We have a motion and second on the floor. We have to vote it up.
We can vote it down or up.
I want to also just make a comment that I know in big cities, they tow cars because they're on the designated snow route. But I just wonder, that seems very extreme to tow people's cars or residents. I wonder if there was something else, a fine, say, is a little nicer than towing their car.
Well, yeah, but I understand from the issue that it's both safety and also finances, that it costs the town a lot if you have,
It costs us a ton to bring that truck back up here.
yeah.
So I would like to know how much it costs to, say there's a single car. And so the car got removed and now the plow is back. How much does it cost? I would really want to know what are the.
I think it was close to $1,000 a couple of years ago
To do what
to
now?
bring the truck back up here and replow the streets. When the people move, it's not just the one, there's other problem we have down at Potomac. I didn't even get into Potomac. We have people down there and park down there, but it's High Street is because it's the main road. We have to keep that road clear.
Well, I thought that you couldn't park along High Street.
you
at
mean
all.
Washington, right?
Washington.
Further up on
Washington High.
Oh, okay.
But we need to have it clear because that is our only way out of this town. Potomac is not that critical, but this street is critical.
And communication will be clear to it, not just having the signs up, but putting it out to everybody that this is a new thing.
I guess I want to see the data to really convince me that towing their cars is the only way, and that there isn't some other way to convince them.
Well, I think right now, we've determined that this is not something even though it's been been proposed and seconded that we do. It seems like we do not want to pass it at this moment, so I think for right now that we can vote on it. And we do not feel for whatever reason that we want to pass it, we vote no. And then,
Actually, I'm ready to vote for.
All right,
it.
any other discussion? Hearing no other discussion, all those in favor of the motion, raise your hand. Opposed? Motion fails.
So Kevin, what can we do next? I know that's.
I will call Ken.
Okay, call him and see. If we can do it without it, I don't know. But we gotta be able to enforce this, and I'm not even saying it has to be towing, it could be a fine or something. We just gotta get people to recognize.
All right, I'll take care of that. All right, what do we got next?
Planning Commission.
Okay, little report here, obviously, as town council has, planning commission has lost one of our members, and Jim Jenkins, we will miss him. And we'll have to make a plan for,
The second one, too.
so, the West Ridge application, that was in Kevin Hamilton's report, has been put on hold by the applicant, and he says he may withdraw it, but we encouraged him to put that off until he was actually sure. Planning Commission, it continues working on flow charts. Melissa and Deb, I met with them today to work on drafts that I had provided, and then we have a couple of members of the Planning Commission who have meanwhile come up with another draft, so we're going to be looking at those in the next week. The safety concerns on Putnam Street are being addressed by the signage committee. We'll talk about that on another item at this meeting. I will be working, I will be soliciting not a bid, but more information from WVU Legal Clinic about their costs and about their process for the comprehensive plan update. We hope we can pull that off very quickly so that can get into the budget revisions by the end of this month. We are behind in moving on that the deadline. Now that we are about 13 months away from our deadline on renewal for that, I believe. And one other item that the Planning Commission as a group has not been working on, but I personally have been on the Armory Canal Trail. I met this week with our county planner, Jennifer Brockman, who incidentally is just so tremendously helpful. She's just, offered to help us out in any way she can, and I really want to express thanks to the public in that way for her. And I met also with the county mapper, and so I'm making progress on the state's concern that we need to prove or verify somehow that we own Potomac Street Extension, and that we and that right of way that we have control over it. So made some progress on that, and I'll probably be talking with the mayor soon about that. And that is it.
Questions for Christian? Okay, HLC,
Is he? No. He's got, okay, I'll talk for HLC. So HL, Historic Landmarks, met this week on the 7th, July 7th, 2 days ago. I was meeting here, and fortunately I was here. The rest of the committee, well, two didn't show, or couldn't show, and then the chair finally got on, and then Terrence Segezi, our vice chair, was on, so we had 3. We had a quorum, barely. Interestingly, the meeting started on time, but the Realer family walked in, just came in. They'd seen our agenda, And they just kind of walked in and they wanted to know what was going on with the property. This property is the, Lloyd Wheeler passed away. And so it wasn't that property so much, it was the one across the street, which is owned by his brother Calvin. So the family that was here was the two daughters, but the two sisters and their sister-in-law. So they wanted to know what were their options regarding that property. Now, we wanted to let them know that we were very interested in that property as a town to know more about it in documentation, photographs, anything that they could provide on that, because this property we thought was an historically significant property, particularly for the Black community, and may very well be we're not sure, but maybe the oldest building in town.
Second oldest after Robert Harper's.
Okay, second oldest building. So we told them that we would like to work with them. They were going to communicate with us if they were going to do anything. And we would communicate with them. And so we're having a dialogue with them right now. But one way or another, we'd sure love to preserve that building. But, they know they can sell a property and we assured them that we weren't going to fine them. They thought they were going to get a fine or something on that property.
I had recently had someone with a lot of contacts in town talk to me about that property. I was interested in buying it and restoring it to be a residence. So
Yeah, it was last occupied in 1986 by their aunt. It is in very poor condition. It's actually, there's the original part you see in the front. There's the second part that was built after the war, World War II. And that is beginning to decay pretty badly. And in the bottom, there is a basement. I didn't know any of this because they told me all this, and it's flooded and they're concerned about the flooring inside. That's why they're really, really concerned about anybody trying to break in this building. They do have signs on it and it's closed up, but they don't want anybody inside of this building.
Okay, any questions for Christian?
Anything on that one? Oh, there's more.
Oh,
I just got going. The
Warm it up.
Weaver Wayside sign, we're working on doing a RFQ quote, request for quote. Guys working on this, and that's for the sign we have spoken about in the park here. Right in the corner, interpretive sign for the Weaver / boundary property, street. So that we talk about Danrisk Archive. We're still talking. Tom, who was in the committee, wasn't there, so he's the one that's been kind of doing the legwork on it. So we're going to wait for our July meeting. We're working on a historic landmarks page enhancement. Now, we gave an opinion to the BZA on a street property down in Lower Town, in the back, facing Putnam. And then finally, we worked on, we got a budget from SHPO of $1,000 to submit a letter to the community about historic landmarks. And it's a letter, it's a 4 or 5 page letter. This is the first page, the key part of this letter. We're working on it. We haven't actually voted on it yet, but we're working on it to present at our July meeting and approve it, and then to submit it to town council. It also needs to be approved by the people in Charleston, because they're providing the money.
This would be the one that would be circulated to
All new residents, we actually want to mail it to all residents. We also want access on email as well, because there's quite a few links on here. And this has all the Harpers Ferry Landmark Commission people on it, who serves, and their email address, and some of them with their phone numbers.
okay. Questions for Christian? Okay. Organization, other reports, science study group, who's got that?
I have that.
Okay, could you kind of bust
Yes.
through that thing, Storm, because we're at 9:20 and we got
Yes. Good to go. So the signage task force group, whatever, it is on that is Christian, Chris, myself, and Pat Morse. We convened on June 30th, a little more than a week ago, I think, but it's time. And we had a couple of objectives. One was longer, which is determining, starting to get our arms around of how do we make order of the town signs, bring them up to proper ordinances and any other codes that we need to follow, as well as having a more standard and uniform look to them. But more immediately, there were some specific concerns about really three key areas. One, where Union Street hits Washington Street, the corner of Putnam and Franklin, and then also the issue that Christian has talked about in the past about parking on Potomac Street with the Park Service. I'll leave aside that one because that's being handled in other channels. So we did come to a number of conclusions, which I will not walk through at this moment, about fundamentally that there are key entry points to town that should have signage, that there are key corridors, especially the Washington Street corridor, that it would be good to have more directional signage for both vehicles and for pedestrians. And then as mentioned, standardized signage potentially in combination with having branding for the town. Different subject. Short term is we were asked to see if there were ways we could address those concerns at those two intersections. So for the town hall intersection, the objectives are to make clear that Harper's Ferry's main attractions are to the east towards Washington Street, or also attractions that are towards Bolivar, and so that people are not directed or have visual cues that would send them up Franklin. And for that signage to indicate locations where information and bathrooms could be found. So our recommendations for this would be to design and install a sign to direct vehicles to the historic Lower Town, train station, and visitor center, actually two of them, one being the one in Bolivar, and then it also could refer to the ATC. And ideally, this sign would incorporate a pedestrian map and sign to highlight key areas of interest to visitors. It may require relocation or removal of shrubs that are nearest to the corner of Franklin and Washington, pawpaw trees, shrubs. And that as part of this, we can consider extending or enlarging the sidewalk and park area at that corner, which may be necessary as part of the state initiative to install ADA compliant curb cuts at intersections. So that was the first key area, was that intersection. And I'll say with these, this is more Band-Aid than permanent fix on these recommendations, that we would hope to do a more comprehensive and holistic look at signage and traffic flow at some point, but we're not there yet. And then the second intersection is Franklin and Putnam Street, to better indicate the residential nature of the intersection. So without closing off or discouraging regular public use of the streets, to put some things in place, three specific ones, potentially a fourth. One would be to retain the dead end sign or similar sign. So a very clear visual cue that you're not going to get through that way. There's nothing down there. Number two, an easily removable wood barricade. Similar to, we have the plastic one that the town has, but something that fits in a little better, that could be constructed in order to keep people from potentially parking on the paper street there as Franklin continues up. But that pedestrians could still get there, or if the property owners or others needed to use the paper street to service their properties, that they would not need any special permission, equipment, or anything else to do that. Painting an arrow indicating to people coming up Franklin that the through route is to the left. And we're not positive entirely how that would be done. We probably make sure that's something we could legally do. I don't see why not, but we can't. Great. And then the last would be to put up a neighborhood watch sign. And we did after the meeting, find that it's something that you do not require any specific permission or big program to do it. You just need to pay them for the sign. And Pat found resources that they now have a bunch of different types of signs, some of which have a little more historic look to them, but still get the message across. So those are the recommendations for the intersection of Franklin and Putnam. So that's where we're at the moment.
That was very thoughtful. I'll tell you, really ran through quite a number of things that could be done.
Skipped a lot of detail.
Storm did a good job at summarizing a lot of walking and talking and working that we did the other day. And everyone did get this, get your copy, right?
Yes, yes. So at this point, I mean, we could discuss it if we feel we're ready to implement these specifics. You know, we can make a motion to do that. Or if we need more detail about how to do them, the parking committee can, or the signage committee task force can, we will be having another meeting anyway. We can detail it a bit more, but just get some direction from council on the whole, whether it's formal or informal.
I think the one that will be going ahead just from town office will be that neighborhood watch idea, which we thought we should have some assurance in town that that whole block or that whole area is buying into it, that it's not just.
It better not be just a sign. They better be watching.
Say it again.
They better be watching. I just don't want fake signs out there. I want, if there is a neighborhood watch, then there should be one.
Yeah, and,
Yes.
and one of the key signage principles that was consensus was, we don't want the town to be bristling with signs and to be foreboding, but enough that if you are there, you would see that sign and know that those residents in that area are in contact with local police. That's really what it's about. So that if there are incidents that there's a process for getting it resolved.
Okay, I've got some issues that I'll share with you privately with the group. I don't want to waste time right now, but that I'd like to have considered.
And then maybe have something formal to present next month.
Yeah,
or,
I'll
Well, the parking group can,
Yeah.
the signage group can meet again with
Yeah.
your input.
just do that. Okay, where are we?
Unfinished business.
Okay, unfinished business, real quick, discussion action briefing on the status of High Street improvement project. Christian, when did we meet? 2 weeks ago?
2 weeks, yeah.
2 weeks ago, Christian and I, Storm was unable to make that. Met with the two senior officials from DOH regarding the High Street project. And we had, I thought, good discussions, very, very good discussions. And I think the consensus was that we should consider option number. What was that option number?
Oh, the shifting one.
Yeah,
Yeah, they're looking to look at the shifting because.
the shifting,
Because we actually, the state does own the land towards the right
Right.
more than we thought, we couldn't see. But they still have to work a bit with the National
Yeah.
Park Service.
so what we decided, and one of the approaches that we decided months and months ago was basically the do nothing
Right,
approach.
Which does
Which didn't,
nothing.
with some other things added,
right.
that I added, which DOH was not too thrilled about. And talking with this group, they made a very special trip here. They drove here. They left early in Charleston morning. They got here, spent 2 hours with us, and they drove back to Charleston.
They weren't even like, you got any more questions? I mean, they were really willing to hear us out.
Yeah.
They did well.
They're going to put forward a engineering study recommendation on shifting the 2 feet. They believe that their recommendation from these two, who I've known the one very well. That these two, their recommendation to shift 2 feet is what they think we should go for. And they looked at the retaining wall that has the black pipe. And they discovered all kinds of engineering issues there, which are going to be incredible to deal with. But they left here, I left feeling pretty good that somebody was listening to us. And they are making a positive recommendation to improve that corridor on High Street. And they are going to come back with some recommendations and some preliminary engineering studies. So,
But they want us to start thinking about funding.
yeah, about funding, because it's not going to be, and like he said, and we're finding out where the water, everything has gone crazy.
Well, we have this chart now.
Yeah, yeah, and we know. So we're gonna
Throw
cut,
the chart at them.
we're gonna cut Debbie loose on that one. So anyway, that's where we are. I'm just waiting on the initial engineering report. Update on Washington Street repairs and improvements. I think that DOH did a great job. One of the reasons Washington Street from Bolivar Light to High Street on Hog Alley. My information is that is slated for complete milling and redoing. However, they are not going to do that until the issue of the stormwater and the curbing and sidewalks and any impact is settled, because they don't want to spend a considerable amount of money to mill 2 miles, repave it, redo it. And then Storms Group comes in with a bulldozer and digs a 2 foot wide trench and puts pipe in.
Nice road you got there.
Right, right. Nice road. So anyway, what they did is they came in, they did some minor milling. It has really enhanced that. And I have the DOH official coming here this week. He's going to meet with me regarding the shoulder. He is well aware of the shoulders where it drops off by 2 feet on Debbie's house. It's at least a foot. Across from the Methodist Church is another foot that it just completely drops. DOH is aware of that. The engineer that's coming here is about 2 or 3 hours away. I think I'm meeting with him on Wednesday, and he's going to walk it with me. He walked it, he said, about 2 years ago. And he said in 2 years ago, he remembers it was in such poor condition. And I told him it has gotten worse in 2 years. So hopefully he will have some ideas to temporarily cure that just until we get the stormwater thing figured out without putting asphalt in there. But I think he's got some other ideas to raise that level up with an aggregate that won't end up down at my house after the first rainstorm. Okay, so I'm looking forward to that. Okay.
I might mention that repaving is great for cars, but for bicyclists, it is just immensely important for safety. You know, we had a bicyclist medevaced out of there. I don't know if you all knew that, but they had to bring in a helicopter to take her out.
Wow.
A few years ago, and
On Washington?
on Washington.
Yeah, that's where they paid.
Yeah.
So that was really a real.
Yeah.
It's a real safety issue, so we appreciate that.
Yeah. Absolutely. I believe we're done with the regular items. Council, according to West Virginia Code 69A-4, sub-2-A and 12, I am requesting an exemption to the Open Meetings Act to go into an executive session.
So,
We got a motion from Chris
Oh, I thought you were moving. Yeah, I so moved.
and a second from Storm. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion. All right, we are in executive session at 9:37 PM.
exploration when we go back into, open session, we go back in open session and,
We on? Okay. It is 11:18 PM. May 2022. We are out of executive session. We are back into a regular session. Council, I want to direct your attention to agenda item 4C Charlie, Roman numeral 2, discussion action regarding approval of employee pay salary scale.
I move to adopt the employee salary pay scale for the police department as amended.
We have a second on the adoption. We have a second from Chris. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion? Opposed? Item number
Four D eight.
I would move to approve the public works administrator job description as amended.
Okay, we have a motion to approve the administrator job position as amended. Second on the motion. Second from Chris. Discussion on the motion. Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion? Laura, you're not voting?
I will vote yes.
I move to adjourn.
Do we have a second? We have a second from Storm. All those in favor? Aye. We are adjourned at 11:20 PM.
Oh.